Hello? Hello? Chat, I got my other light in finally. And I just finished setting it up. Um, and the results are interesting. It definitely is lighting my face a lot better overall. But it's very dark behind me now. So we may have to figure out some manner of background lighting. I do still technically have the other light here. Which results in this, which is also not like terrible or anything. That's pretty good, actually. I may end up just moving where that light is and letting it light the background more, and having these lights just be face lights. In cases where I need the background lit up more. But I don't know that we necessarily need the background lit up a bunch. And it is nice not having quite as much like heat being generated in the room, because that light does generate a lot of heat, as evidenced by the time the other one caught on fire. So we're going to try this for today. We'll see how this goes, or for tonight, I suppose. See how this goes. See how we feel about this. May end up just trying to get some like, yeah, you'll be able to see Nikki, no problem. May end up just trying to set up some of the some colored streamer lights in the background. But this is at least a lot. Not only is it a lot nicer in terms of heat, but it's actually much easier on my eyes because these lights are much smaller, like size wise, compared to the original lights, which means I'm getting less eye strain, which is really nice. I could also try. Hold on. This like color of light is actually not bad. Like put a little orange in it. That's not bad, actually. We could get real orange if we want. Real spooky. Yeah, I think this looks a bit more natural, I think. It's better for you, it's better for us. I mean, the big thing that's better for me about all this is I don't have to worry about a light catching fire, because I'll show you this again. This is what happened the other day. This like literally caught fire. This was in the other like big box light that I had. And this bulb literally caught fire. And while I expect that's a relatively rare defect, with it happening once, I don't really want to have to worry about it. And these are LED lights, so they're not going to catch fire, which is nice. It's also how I'm able to change the coloring on them a little bit. But I think backdrop wise, I think we're either going to want to end up using the remaining non-burnt box light at, like if I'm doing like an SGMS, for example, I would want either the existing not burnt box light just to light up the background like I had it a second ago, or we could always look into doing something fancy back there, some like string lights or something. Maybe as we start getting close to the holidays, maybe we'll see about getting some like Christmas lights and just wire them around back there. That could be fun. That could be fun. The other thing I could put, now it occurs to me, the other thing that I could put back there, I need to find a spot for it, but I have this cool little like glowing light thing that I got when I was at Blizzard that's like a bunch of their franchise logos that like floats in the air. Uses magnets to do it. It's kind of cool. I could put that back there somewhere. I need to like go through those shelves. I have a bunch of just like crap on that shelf, like that shelf in particular. I have a bunch of just crap there that I can do something smarter with than what I'm currently doing. I don't know, something to think about. Something to think about at the very least. But yeah, chat, we have a lot to catch up on. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger pan flag. We have a lot to catch up on. We have a total of 18 rounds of stream animals that we need to get through. So I think what we're gonna do for today to start off with, I think we're just gonna start off, we'll just bust through 6 rounds of stream animals. We'll mute that. And we'll come over here. Oh, I should also start the timer. Yeah, that's a good idea. Boom. There we go. Start a birthday wish list. I could do that. Yeah. The reality is my biggest birthday wish right now is money so I can pay bills. So I have a hard time being like, this is always, I've always been too practical for birthdays. I'm always like, yeah, you know what I could really use? Money so that I don't have to worry as much. That would be the best birthday gift. But maybe I can throw some random fun things on there if people want to do that. That's an interesting thought. I do like this lighting setup a lot more. It's like the rest of the room for me being darker is kind of nice because it sort of lets my brain relax a little bit more, which is cool. Should have done these lights were only like $30 each. It's not bad. So if I did a wish list, I just do like an Amazon wish list or something so that people could buy things directly off of it, and then Amazon just sends them to me, which kind of skips the majority of that anyway, which is nice. Yeah, give me a winning lotto ticket, but specifically a winning one. Okay. Let's do... Yeah, we have 18 of these to get through. I don't want to do the mini modes. Those, like, take no time at all. Let's do battle mode, because Palinko occasionally takes a while. Let's do some battle mode battling. I wish that you could do... I wish that we could do the infinite session the way that I wanted to. The single join per session doesn't ever seem to actually work correctly. All right, here we go. We're going to be doing a total of 18. I think we're going to do 6 rounds now, and then we'll do Poggers and Perils. And then we'll do 6 more rounds, and then we'll do something else. I don't know. But feel free to join in, ! Join, or any of these animals up on the top right. You can pick any of them. By the way, chat, I need to do a shout out. I haven't done a shout out for Zarina in a while. Go follow Zarina. We just finished a really fun D&D session in which I got to be a chaos monkey as Kozlo for a while. It was really fun. But yeah, I think I like the lighting in here much better this way. That is just kind of how Kozlo is. All right, I'm gonna start off with some murder. Okay, get the fuck out of here, Zarina. I just insta-murdered Zarina. Jasmine just killed a bunch of people. Wow, so many stuns. Jade got real big, but missed. We're all gonna get confused now. And yeah, don't worry, Heels. We have 18 rounds of this to get through today. Because I have 2 days worth of Streamathon that I just didn't get to any of these. So we have 18 rounds to catch up on. So we're gonna do 6 rounds now, then we're gonna do Poggers and Perils. Druid's Fire just farted people to death. Get out of here, Jasmine. Zarina now has an opportunity to mess with you the next week at D&D, as opposed to all the other times where she's just completely never messes with us at all. I'm gonna fart on Bree and Druid's Fire. Jade's gonna swap with me, it looks like. Have you ever... I know I've mentioned Poggers and Perils to you before, Zarina. Have you ever actually seen a session of it? It's really fun. Wow, Druid's Fire farting the rest of us to death. Alright, Druid's Fire. You're up first. Why does this keep happening? There we go. We are unfortunately out of the blue ones. I have this bowl full of Bean Boozle still. And yet only 4 flavors. Wait, I'm dumb. At some point we scratched out dead fish, strawberry, banana, but I just found 3 of them in here. 4 of them in here. So we actually have number 10 still too. Druid's Fire, however, picks spicy. Okay. We're going to put up a gamba for spicy. I will pull a random bean out of this box instead. And we will do a spicy bean. We'll let the gamba tick down a little bit. We'll start up our next round. This is round 2. Exclamation mark join or pick an animal if you want to join in. Let's find out which spicy bean we're going to select. This, I believe, is the habanero. Let's find out. Yep. There's the habanero. Wait. No, that's the sriracha. That's the sriracha. I was like, wait, this tastes different. That is sriracha. It's still very spicy, but not as spicy as the habanero. I have to get used to the new lighting in my office. This also means it's going to be even easier for Cherry to just sneak up on me. I'm farting on people again. Let me tell you, chat. With all the sambal olik that I ate with the Korean barbecue yesterday, my farts are violent today. Kalamuna just whiffs. Jasmine doesn't, though. Oh, X-Car's gonna kill so many people here. Got Jasmine, got Barrymore, and I didn't see who the other one was. Heals, looks like. Donna's gonna slap some people. Kill him, gonna slap some people. Kalmuna is swapping in. Oh, Jay got Donis. I wanted to go live like before D&D today and do my like put up a splash screen and direct people there while we were on D&D, but we ended up having a bunch of shit we had to get done before. Oh my god, Jade's about to holy shit. Ada wasn't feeling too well earlier. I guess I had to go to the emergency clinic. And so that delayed things a bit. X-Car gonna fill everything off. Or fill everything off? Murder everyone. Okay. We do have dead fish and strawberry banana still. I don't know why I scratched that one out before. I might have been drunk at the time. So we do have number 10. We also have the other ones that are not scratched out. X-Car, what'll it be? Poor Swabby has been so like scared. We had people over and she's just been hiding ever since. X-Car, I need a number. Give me a number. If we don't get a number from X-Car soon, we'll do a coin flip between Druid's Fire and Jade. X-Car may have stepped away. All right. We're flipping a coin between Druid's Fire and Jade as they tied for second. Heads will be Druid's Fire. Tails is Jade. That is tails. Jade. You get to choose instead. Number 2, 4, 5, 6, or we do have 10, or the spicy option. Do we lose Jade too? Oh no. We'll give it another minute and then I guess we go Druid's Fire. All right. Druid's Fire. As the other tied for second. What'll it be? Oh no, did the cat fart Druid's Fire to death? Tempted to troll, but no, spicy. Okay. We'll do another spicy gambit. That is up. What's up, Clara? All right. We start the next round. All right. Exclamation mark join or pick an animal if you want to join in for this round while we pick a spicy bean. This one is either the Sriracha or the Carolina Reaper. Let's find out. That's the Reaper. Whoa. 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 Oh. Oh, it's spicy. Whoa. Oh, there's Jade. Oh. Good Lord. Oh, the heat. All right. Here's round 3. Wow. Okay. Donis wants this one done in a hurry. No 3 in a row for Druid's Fire. Whoa. Oh. Oh. God, that's spicy. Oh. It's making my mouth water like crazy. Donis with the stuns. Breeze farting on everyone. Well, that's a murder bucket over there, and Killam's gonna do it. Down to Yami, Bree, and Killam. Here comes a win. Whew. Oh. Yami just gets put in the lava. Down to Killam and Bree. Killam's gonna get it. Killam, you are the winner of round 3. What'll it be? We do have the number 10 that I don't know why we marked down that we didn't. Okay. Number 10. Dead fish or strawberry banana. Thank you for the break from the spicy ones. Wah. Get those gambas in. We will determine if this bean right here is dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie. I actually have a bunch of these. I don't know why I marked those off as gone. And in fact, we have one stink bug. It must have just been because I had too many beans in here and didn't see them. We need to make a new one of these. Let's make a new one. What we don't have are... we don't have burnt rubber or licorice. Those are gone. We have a wet dog top banana still. We have plenty of stinky socks tutti frutti. We don't have any barf or peach left. We have some booger juicy pear. We have a bunch of liver nuts and cappuccino. We're out of the blue. We have a stink bug toasted marshmallow that I just found. We're out of the old bandage pomegranate. Okay, so we're actually only out of 4 flavors now. That's a bit better. We'll save this as... We'll save it as 1 again. Because the old one was wrong. Okay. Let's find out what this bean is as we start up round number 4. Dead fish or strawberry banana? That is a dead fish. Blah. Exclamation mark, join or pick an animal. Blah. Murder otter option. I guess a raccoon is kind of the closest that we have in here. Blah. Oh. Oh. A lot of stunning so far. Jade being scary. So many stuns. I wonder if I can disable the stun. Because the stun just isn't very interesting. Like, it has definitely made the difference in a lot of games, but it's not as fun as killing people. Breeze farting on everyone. Barrymore took out Yami and Loturix. Jasmine took out Kalamuna and Bree. Jade got big but missed. Druid's Fire is just smacking me at this point. Killam got... Who was that? Druid's Fire. Heals. Wow, rude. Zarina slapping people. We're running out of space. This is gonna get violent. Barrymore. Wow. Wow. Barrymore with the incredibly effective murder. Barrymore, what'll it be? Number 2, Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti. All right. Let's get this Gamba up. Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti. Start the Gamba. I'm going to come back here into settings. I seem to remember there being... Maybe they got rid of those settings. Damn. Oh well. Oh well. All right. Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti? Let's find out. That's the weird sugary socks. Blah. All right. This is round 5. We do this round one more, then we're going to do our Poggers and Perils. We're going to pick up where we left off last time. All right. The turret's scaring people into Jasmine farts. Yammy's gonna scare me over there. Zarina farting on Bree. Canuck's gonna stun this whole tower of people. I'm farting off by myself. I'm polite like that. Bree's farting on Jasmine now. We're getting confused. Fart for fart. All right, Zarina's gonna scare a bunch of people away. Holy shit, I just killed a lot of people. Jasmine just killed Bree and Yami. So it's down to me, Jasmine, and Zarina. I'm gonna scare Jasmine off. Running out of space. Zarina just whacked me in the head. I'm stunned. I think Zarina's gonna get me here. And into the lava I go. All right. Zarina. What'll it be? Number 5, liver and onions or cappuccino. Okay. Let us get that going. Liver and onions or cappuccino. Gamba is up. We have plenty of these. Get ready for round 6. We do have more that can be unlocked today as well. Every 30 points today is another round of stream animals. I decided to just keep it as stream animals because adding more of the same mode is easier than switching around in different games. Should we unlock any further today? I know it's a very late start, and usually when I start super late, there's not a lot that happens, but... Alright, we're gonna start this round. And we'll find out if this is liver and onions or cappuccino. That is liver and onions. Blah. All right, last round for now. We're going to do some poggers and perils for a bit, which is where I am essentially the DM and chat is collectively the player. We have a little adventure going on in post-apocalyptic Florida right now. The search for a cuppa. All right, here we go. Jasmine starts off by scaring a bunch of people. Killam's gonna follow that up by killing Kalamuna and Egg. I'm farting by myself. Zarina tries to stun. It worked last time. It doesn't work this time. Bree's scary, but no one was paying attention. Yami gets Jasmine and Bree with that zap. Oh god, Zarina got dunked in the lava. Killam is swapping with me. Just really wanted to be close to that Yami fart, I guess. Kind of puts Kill him in a bad spot. I'm gonna swap with Jade, I think. Yeah. And Jade's gonna fart on Kill him. Kill him gets yeeted into the lava. Yammy is scary. Scares me into the lava. Jade gonna counter that. Jade is our winner. Which one was Jade? That one kind of looks like a murder otter. Wolf. Okay. Jade, you're up. Number 2, stinky socks are tutti frutti. Okay. We have plenty of those. We will get the Gamba up for that. All right. We will put a pause on our stream animals for now, so that we can get back to our poggers and perils for a bit. I need to find, what was the song we were playing the other day? Was it this one? Yeah, this works. Good night, Bree. All right, stinky socks are tutti frutti. Let's find out. Aren't the socks again? Blah. Blah. All right. So. Let's pull this up again. Come over here. So, quick recap for everyone who missed the last session. Normally I try to make these one shots, but this one ended up having a little bit too much to it. So this is the post-apocalyptic future. We have determined that the war started because New Zealand bombed Walt Disney World. Why did New Zealand bomb Disney World? No idea. But New Zealand bombed Disney World. They got a nuke and decided, fuck you, Disney. And that's what they did. That happened 100 years ago, I think we said, that the bombs fell. You are part of a group called the Panhandle Alliance that is based out of Pensacola. Revenge for Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, just very delayed. You caught word that there is coffee. You're a agriculture specialist for this organization. You got word that there is coffee in a place that you only know as Mommy. That's just what it's called, is Mommy. So you have to get to Mommy to get the coffee. You set out with a group of several people. There's yourself. You have a scout specialist. You have what's called a digger, which is someone who just goes to, they're good at finding things, essentially. They're kind of like the concept of a post-apocalyptic archaeologist. You have a soldier, and you have a robot with you. The robot kind of like, well, this is what you're driving, your DeLorean hovercraft. You have a robot kind of like this one. Now, this was slightly damaged when you got it. It took some more damage throughout your journey, but then you were able to fix it up. So it's actually in pretty good condition now. Thus far in your journey, you have managed to come down all this way. You made it past some pirates. You effectively fought them off. You got some really good crit 20 rolls. So you're able to fight off the pirates and get inland in your hovercraft. You took the hovercraft a while inland still and had to stash it. So the hovercraft is stashed down over here. You made camp here one night. You made camp here one night. The third day, you made it to Mommy with enough time to do a little bit of scouting and fix up your robot the rest of the way. So the robot's now in pretty good condition, and you have a pretty good base camp in a Holiday Inn Express, an abandoned Holiday Inn Express inside of Mommy. It is now the dawn of day 4. You have 7 days worth of rations, and it took you 3 days to get here. That was with traveling a little bit carefully as part of this. You figure in total, it's meant to take you 3 days, unless you can find more rations and supplies. It's meant to take you 3 days if you're careful going back, or 2 days if you're in a hurry. But if you're in a hurry, then you're theoretically attracting attention, and you are more likely to come across random encounters. But you're now in Mommy, which is a weird sentence. You remember that the instructions were that there was a ship that had come into Miami / Mommy that had a load of coffee in it. And this was like the day before the bombs fell. So there's a good possibility that this ship was never fully unloaded, and thus there's likely coffee still on the ship. As far as supplies go, you have, you did already search the hotel. You did that yesterday. And you got some small supplies. It had definitely been looted. But you did get some supplies yesterday. As far as supplies go, you have rations for 4 days. That's 2 rations per person for 4 days. You have some duct tape. You have a small water filtration unit in case you need to filter any water. You have 5 standard med kits. You've managed to avoid anyone getting injured so far. So you still have all 5 med kits. You have a total, you have one guy, your digger, has one of those big like beam flashlights with 6 hours worth of battery life on that. You have sheets of toilet paper. It occurs to me that you've probably used some of these along the way. It's been what, 3 days now? Yeah, so you have 4 sheets of toilet paper remaining. You have 20 meters of rope. You have a flare gun that has 6 flares. And when you stashed your hovercraft and hit it, you siphoned the fuel out of it. So you have the fuel for your hovercraft. This is stuff that you have all... These are the supplies that you have with you. It's basically food, and there's also like general other supplies. Like your soldier has a Gatling gun, and he has a little bit of ammo still, but he used a bunch of it trying to fend off the pirates when you got attacked up here. You all have like pistols with some amount of ammo. You haven't fired any of those yet. And that's about where you're at in terms of supplies currently. Your goal is to find the port of Mommy and hopefully find a ship in that is got a shipment of coffee in it somewhere. So it is the dawn of day 4. You managed to make it through the night unscathed on account of the fact that you found a pretty good spot to hole up in. What would you like to do first, chat? The way this works is we will do Twitch polls, and you guys get to vote on different options, but you can also suggest before we start the poll what those options might be. And occasionally, if there's something that like it doesn't need a big extra thing for it, then we can just do a roll real quick and we'll move on. Obviously, you have option of you could scout for coffee ship. Anything else you might like to do before heading out to scout for the coffee ship, though? Any other thoughts come to mind on any preparations you might like to make, or any other tasks you'd like to get started on? Or do you want to just go straight into scouting for the ship that you're looking for? Oh, hi, Cherry. Might need a container or something to haul the coffee with if you find it. You definitely will have the ability to carry a bunch, but you could always try to find something bigger. It's even possible that if you find a ship, the ship is functional. You can just take the ship back. Everyone tell Cherry to stop dying. Okay. Let's do this. You can scout as a group, or you can send out your scout, which will allow the rest of the group to do something else while your scout is looking. But if your scout either gets in trouble, or there's a possibility that your scout gets in trouble and then they're by themselves, or there's a possibility that you'll have more luck with more eyes looking for things. Okay, so let's do. It seems like we're generally in favor of starting with scouting. So let me make this poll for what form of scouting you want to do. And you can use channel points to influence the poll if you like. Looking pretty heavily in favor of scouting as a group right now. But it is only 3 votes. Are you trying to influence my poll again, Cherry? All right. Looking like we're probably going to end up sending everyone out as a group. I accidentally set this poll for 2 minutes. I usually set it for 1. Yeah, Bree and Swabby are... Swabby really wants to be Bree's friend, and Bree really wants Swabby to leave her alone. All right. We're scouting out as a group. Okay. So let's do this. As you're going to head out to start scouting, we're going to do a roll to sort of batten down, lock up, barricade your base camp as much as possible. Okay, that's not a great roll, but you do make as much preparations as you can to barricade down your Holiday Inn that you're set up in. Okay. You head out on a scouting party. Wow, all 7s all day. Yeah, your Holiday Inn Express that you're barricaded in. Okay. It takes you... Moving as a group, you're moving a little bit slower than maybe a single person would have been able to. You're able to avoid much in the way of issue. No one, like, no scavengers come after you, no weird gators come after you or anything like that. But it takes you a bit longer than maybe you would have liked to eventually locate where the docks actually are. Because remember, this is not an area that you even knew existed until recently. You didn't know that there was such a place as Mommy prior to this. You just knew it was on the other side of the crater. You managed to find it, but you don't know the layout of the area very well. But you do eventually find the piers. It's about midday by the time you find the piers. And there's a few ships, some of which even seem like they're actually still floating. They're just kind of bobbing in the water a little bit. They're still anchored and moored. Somehow or another, this place didn't get, or at least a couple of these, didn't get as damaged as some of the others. And your scout points out one that has a whole bunch of, it's obviously a big cargo ship, and it has a whole bunch of cargo pallets on it. And says that that is most likely where the coffee is going to be. There are two other ships you can see that are potentially worth scouting through. There's the cargo ship that the scout believes is the most likely spot for the coffee. There is a smaller ship that looks like it could carry some cargo, but it's probably smaller cargo trips. Like it would be mostly the kind of cargo ship that's mostly going to stick to the shores of the continent. It's not going to be coming from elsewhere to deliver things. But the sort of place where maybe theoretically it's possible that some of the coffee got moved to then be distributed up the eastern seaboard or something like that. And there is one that looks like you're pretty sure that's a yacht. Like that's some, it looks super fancy. It looks much less utilitarian and more like it's built for comfort than some of the other ships. It looks like some sort of like billionaire's yacht. What would you like to do with this information? I will put a poll together. We will start at least with those three ships as options, but maybe there's other things that you would like to do. You can scout the cargo ship, scout the smaller ship. We'll say big ship, smaller ship, or yacht. Scout the yacht. Any other ideas that you guys have that might be something you'd want to do here before you scout these things out? Okay, let's go with this poll then. God is tempting, but might be someone in there. Could be. You have definitely seen signs of life of other people around here. The Holiday Inn Express that you got into had definitely been picked clean at some point. Not completely clean. You did still find some stuff, but the yacht seems to be in pretty decent repair. The big ship is most likely where the coffee would have come in, if it's any of these. There's a possibility it got moved to the smaller ship to get spread around. But the scout seems to think the bigger ship is probably your best bet to start with. And then there's a yacht. It's like we're leaning towards scouting the smaller ship first. Okay. So, you talk as a group. Everyone seems to kind of agree that the big ship might be the most likely place for the coffee to be, but you're going to have an easier time scouting through the smaller ship first because there's just less of it to look through. So you go into the smaller of the three ships. Let me see if I can pull up. Hold on. Let's get some reference images here. So there's this guy. This is the cargo ship. That's tiny. Give me a bigger picture. Here we go. This is even better. There's your cargo ship. See if we can find a smaller looking one. More like this. This is more what the smaller one would be like. Or this even. Here's your smaller ship. And then here's the yacht. Here's what this looks like. That's what the yacht looks like. So you have your Ever Given cargo ship. You have this smaller cargo ship that looks like it's just for smaller trips. Like loading and unloading and so on. And then this is the yacht that's around there. So you're going to start by scouting the smaller ship. Okay, we need to do a few rolls here. Your scout's going to try to get the lay of the land of the ship at first. So he's going to look around a little bit. Yeah, what's up, Riston? He's going to look around a little bit first. He doesn't think it's at the very least currently occupied. He kind of scouts around the outside of it, gives like a little once over of the place, says it doesn't seem like it's really occupied. So you feel relatively safe as a group moving in. And you just start going through containers. You're able to bust a few of them open. But a couple of the containers, the ones that you're able to bust open don't really have anything in the way. The ones that come open the most easily, at the very least, don't have any supplies in them. This has been gone through before. There are a couple of containers on this ship that you have not been able to get into. They are like rusted shut, like really badly. They have locks on them, but honestly, the locks are just kind of part of the rusted together walls at this point. So it's not a matter of needing a key. Like, you're going to have to bust into these things if you're going to get into them. And that's the sort of thing that tends to cause a lot of sound and tends to draw a lot of attention. You do have some options. You can ignore the rusted shut containers and move on to something else. You do have your robot, your like multi-tool robot with you, which would have the ability to cut open these containers, but that has the potential to make a lot of sound and draw some attention. And who knows, maybe there's something else that I'm not thinking of that you could try to do. You could always try to whack it with poles or something. Find something else to try to do it. So what are you thinking, chat? There are 2 containers that you've not been able to get into that seem rusted shut on this ship. Okay. Let's make a poll. You can use robot to open containers. Open containers with robot. The robo. That's all I can fit in there. You can try to pry them open. You don't have a crowbar with you. You could theoretically try to find something. So if you're going to try to pry them open, you're going to have to find something. That'll be just part of the rolls and everything that we do, to find some sort of tool to try and pry them open with. Or maybe you can find a weak spot on it that you can just pull it open as well. But that'll all come down to rolls, essentially. You could search another ship as well. You could leave those and search another ship. All right. Poll is up. Yeah, we're doing some poggers and perils. We are in post-apocalyptic Florida looking for coffee. The robot is in pretty good condition, so there's very low risk of, since all the repairs that you've done to it, there's pretty low risk of it failing, but it will be noisy. All right. So you get your robot friend. You set him up next to where the opening of the container would have been. And you instruct it to use its cutting laser to try and cut the side of the thing open. It gets up in position, and it goes to fire its laser. And it goes off. So the laser did not fail. It does make a really loud, like, sort of noise as soon as it starts firing, though. You're now about 1 or 2 p.m. And it's making this really, really loud noise. Now, fortunately, because it's still daylight, you're not giving off much in the way of a visible indicator of where you are. But anyone anywhere inside the area of the like, it's just been quiet, like waves lapping this whole time. So anyone inside the area of the port, at the very least, would have been able to hear that. It cuts for a minute. It makes like a little, like a small hatch size opening. And then it stops. And you're able to just sort of grab hold of a little bit of, like, maybe it was part of the door mechanism or whatever before. You were able to sort of pull that off the side, and you set that down to the side with a clank. And you peer inside. You're able to look around. Nikki, come up here. You're able to look around inside, and there's a bunch of boxes in there. You're able to dig through the boxes, and you're able to pull one of them. All the boxes that are inside of it look the same. You're able to dig through the boxes. And hi, Nikki. Okay, let's do this. You dig through the boxes, you pull one out, you pop it open. Some of the boxes that are nearest to the edges of the container have clearly, like, some water has come in somehow. And those are damaged, but you get a good box out so you can look inside and see what it is. And this is toilet paper. You have found a cache of toilet paper. And in this post-apocalyptic, remember, you were sent out here with 7 sheets of toilet paper in total. You have now found a very large amount, and most of this is probably still usable toilet paper. It's not what you came out here for. It's not what you're looking for. But you have found a whole lot of toilet paper. Now, you have some options here. You've obviously made a lot of noise, so anyone in the area is going to come looking for this at some point. If you want to recover all of this toilet paper, you need to get it all out of there now. And that will probably take you the majority of the rest of the day. You could move on to the other container that's here and see what's in that. You could say, well, toilet paper is not really what we're looking for, even though this is cool and all, it's not what we're after. What do you want to do, chat? Your mission was to find coffee. But this amount of toilet paper would definitely make people happy. Okay. So what do? Grab what you can and GTFO. You could try to recover all of it, which will take you a few trips. It'll probably take you the rest of the day to get all the toilet paper out of here. Maybe not the rest of the day. We'll roll to see how long it takes. Or you could try to take the rest of it back to your like little base camp. You can check the other container. Anything else you might like to do? So grab what you can for now at the very least. You could always try to come back later, yeah. You can try to get all of it. You can check the other container. Start the poll. Yeah, the yacht's still there. You can see all 3 boats from where you are. If you grab what you can for now, you're basically going to be stuffing as much of this into your own packs as possible. Basically taking up the space that previously would have been taken up by your rations. You could theoretically dump some of your other supplies if you wanted as well. Okay, we tied. Means we flip a coin. Heads will be just grabbing what you can for now. Tails will be trying to get all of it and move all of it back to your base camp at the Holiday Inn Express. That is heads. So you grab what you can for now. You basically you're stuffing every like bit of spare pocket space that you can with toilet paper. You even like some rolls you like carefully take out the like cardboard thing from the middle so you can flatten it down and stuff it into like pockets and so on. And in total, you now have, in addition to your 4 sheets of toilet paper, you are able to, between the 3 people that you have with you, you even attach some of it. Let's say you use some of your duct tape and you duct tape some of it to your robot as well. Because you can always like remove the duct tape and there will still be plenty of it there afterwards. You now have a total of 40 rolls of toilet paper. You have quite a bit of toilet paper. You're going to be wiping good for a while. What next, chat? Grabbing all of this, it's taken you, just stuffing all this together, it takes you about another hour. Yeah, if you fall in the water, that's going to turn to mush. Look in the captain cabins or the purser's cabins for a manifest. You have not on this ship. You just saw these containers. You tried busting them open. There's only 2 of them. Most of the containers on the ship were, so this is a smaller ship. It only had a few containers on it. Most of them were either already open or able to be opened very easily, and there was nothing in them. There were 2 containers that were rusted shut. This is the first of those 2 containers. There is still another container on this ship. And there is the large cargo ship that your scout believed is the most likely place to have the stuff, but it's very large. Yeah, I just replied to your DM, Cherry. So you can go to the big ship. Let's make a poll. Go to big ship. You can search the other container. Anything else comes to mind? You could we could say check look for a manifest. You have made a bunch of noise on this ship. You have not, as of yet, gotten any indication that there is anyone looking around at you, watching you. You haven't seen anyone else in the area. All right, start a poll with this. Do you want to go to the big ship and start looking around there? Do you want to open the other container that's left on this ship, the other rusted container on this ship? You can look around this ship for a manifest. The really yellow pages, yes. And then the brown pages for business. All right. We're going to the big ship. Okay. So you decide, yeah, we've made enough noise here for now. Let's go over to the other ship and see if we can find anything of value over there. So you work your way over to the other ship. At one point while you're traveling over there, the scout like has you all stop for a second and looks off in the direction of the yacht for a minute, and then shakes his head and say, "No, thought I saw something, but I guess not." And you make your way over to the big ship. Now this big ship, this is huge. There's so many containers. Some of them you wouldn't even really be able to get to. It does look like this has been partially looted, but again, there's so many containers here that it would take a pretty large crew a very long time to go through all of it, and nobody's going to want to stick around in one space that long. So there's likely to be a lot of containers that you can just pop open. There's likely to be some that are rusted shut here as well. There is a possibility of finding a manifest on this ship as well that would have a more direct indication of where things are. You could just start looking. What do you want to do on this one? I'll fill in a few of the obvious answers. Just start opening containers. If you sniffed the cargo containers, yeah, you could like try to smell for coffee. I'll do that as like a generic like look for coffee container. See if any of them give you a smell like maybe there's coffee in them. Even use the robot to bore a small hole quickly to give it a sniff. Yeah, you could do that. It would make a lot of noise again. And a lot of them you can just as easily open. You could, I mentioned the manifest, and Riston did earlier as well. Look for a manifest. The manifest would be typically those on these sorts of cargo ships. Not only lists what all the cargo is, but also says like what container and what location that container is in. You'd have to do a little deciphering to figure out what exactly that means. But if you found a manifest and it said, oh yeah, there's coffee in row D, column 2, box A, or whatever, that would at least give you a direction to look. All right, we'll start this poll. But also at the same time, anyone else who was searching this would probably have had similar ideas. So it's possible there is no manifest. It's possible whoever was looting this before grabbed the manifest and took it with them. No manifest, we torched the yacht. I'd say it's getting to be around 4 or 5 p.m. at this point, too. So you still have a good bit of daylight left, but you are starting to run a little low. All right, so you're going to look for a manifest. So you go up into one of these towers. There's 2 of them. You go up into the first tower. You don't encounter anyone in that tower. You dig around for a bit, looking through various papers and stuff that are around. Most of the papers in here have been like rain has occurred here many times since the last time anyone was in this, and the door was like not fully shut and everything. So most of the papers in here are either soggy currently or have been soggy recently, and have been for quite some time. Your digger is poking around, looking in the sorts of places where such a thing might be, and comes across a little safe inside of this thing, and thinks, okay, if there's something like a manifest here, it would probably be in that. So you find this little safe. The safe seems functional. It was well built, and it was like it's built to sustain long trips at sea with salt water and everything. So it seems like it's upheld, it's withstood the test of time. But you do not have the combination for it. So you have, again, some options. You can try to just cut into the safe with your robot. You could try to find a combination somewhere. You could just start guessing numbers. It's a four-digit combo. And anything else, again, I like to throw out some suggestions just to help keep things moving, but anything else that I'm not thinking of. Have robot open the safe. Look for a combination. Start guessing numbers. You could abandon the safe and just go do one of the previous things. Guessing 4-digit numbers for 2 hours. All right, we'll start the poll. Can you do all three at once? It would be pretty difficult to start guessing for numbers while the robot is firing its cutting laser at it. It's like set into the side of the thing. So like just space wise, you would probably lose several fingers trying to tinker with the. Also, the way that you cut into a safe is usually right next to that. So you'd have to cut that part open. You could have like people looking for a combination while the robot is cutting, but theoretically, like realistically, if the robot's cutting into it, the combination isn't going to work after like a couple of seconds of the robot doing that anyway. All right. So a couple of you start searching around for a combination. Maybe someone wrote it down somewhere or something. While the robot starts to cut into the safe. And it makes the same like loud brrrr sort of noise as it fires up its cutting laser. And this is significantly more firm than the shipping container was. So it's going to take a little bit longer for the robot to cut into it. You just have it start cutting at like where you think the locking mechanism would have been, so that hopefully you can just cut through the bolt and then you can open it. This robot is making a lot of noise, and it's probably about 20 or 30 minutes of nonstop, just like at this, before it finally, you hear you see that the door has started to become a little slack, and you think you can open it. So you excitedly pop open the door. We're gonna roll to see if the cutting laser burned everything inside. Ooh, your robot has done a good job. And basically, as soon as it cut through the opening, it immediately shut off its laser. There is still like a little bit that has been singed inside, but you start digging around through the papers that are in there. A lot of it is just like crew logs. There's like an old tape recorder sort of thing in there that looks like it might still be functional. You might be able to play back whatever was recorded on that tape. There's a bunch of old cash in there, none of which is worth anything anymore except maybe as like slightly coarse toilet paper. And you find what looks like a binder. It's a pretty hefty binder. But you pop it open and you have in fact found the ship's manifest. It does have a listing of cargo on it. You flip through to the most recent entries, and there's a lot. Like, this is a big ship with a lot of cargo containers, and each container is listed on this thing. So, it's going to take one of you looking through this to try to find it. And it's going to take a little while going through it, trying to find if there even is coffee on this ship. It's going to take a little while looking through that manifest to try to find it. You could have other people do something in the meantime. What do you think, chat? Do you want to just real quick try and Just go coffee, 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 anywhere, anywhere, coffee, coffee, coffee. Just look through the manifest. It's probably 10 pages worth of manifest. And it's real small lettering, so it'll probably take you 5 to 10 minutes of just looking through that. Not the longest amount of time, but it is going to take someone's attention, and then you're going to have to figure out where that container actually is. One person on watch. Okay, yeah, your soldier is kind of keeping watch the whole time. He hasn't really been helping with much other than like keeping an eye out. And your scout is keeping an eye out as well. So you start digging through the manifest. And you look through and you're like, okay, coffee, 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 coffee. And you get about 6 pages in when you find, aha, there are 4 containers that are all next to each other in this list that all say they have not just like a shipment of roast coffee, but they actually have coffee beans in them. And this is what you're really after, because you want to be able to take the coffee back and start growing your own coffee plants. And as far as it says where it is, it's let's see here. Row 12, column 3. And it's going to be the 4 containers that are on the starboard side of the ship. So you've figured out relatively where they are. But you know they're going to be under 2 containers. Wherever they are. You have to get to, we'll say you figured out they're about here, but they're under 2 containers. I don't even know what I just said as far as row and such, but let's say this one here, this red row. They're down here a little bit in. So they're not on like an outside container. They're in the middle of a section and they're below a couple of other containers. But you're fairly confident there's coffee in there. Now, you know where the coffee is now, theoretically at least, assuming that nobody's messed with it. You feel like the chances are pretty low that anyone's gotten to those containers because of where they're located. It's not like the cranes here are almost certainly not operational. I guess you haven't checked, but it's unlikely that the cranes here are operational. You do know where the coffee is. Your pockets are full of toilet paper. And it's about it's about the time where it's going to start, like the sun's going to start setting on you relatively soon. At this point. How big is our own ship? Is it big enough to hold all the coffee? If there's 4 containers full of coffee here, you are not going to be able to put all of that on your little DeLorean hovercraft, and you'd have to get it there in the first place. And all of your current cargo space is full of toilet paper. If the yacht is functional, then yes, you could definitely use that. And you could probably fit 4 containers worth of coffee beans somewhere on that. Yeah, you could use the robot to cut your way down to it. Getting the coffee out is definitely going to be a consideration, though. Like, where do you put it? You have no space for coffee right now. Yeah, it would be a lot of noise, and even just getting to one of them would take you a little while. It is still very much an option, but I'm trying to explain as many of the risks as possible. You feel like, let me put it this way. It would be dark by the time you could get to the coffee. Got a hole in the sides and toss it to, yeah, you could go in from the sides also. Make a little pathway for yourself. Might have to pull out some cargo that's in theoretically some of these other containers. Okay. So what do? Cut down to the coffee. Piracy that, yeah, you can go check/get the yacht. There, it would definitely, yeah, you, if it becomes dark, people will be able to tell exactly where the visibility of that will be, at least on the top of it or the sides of it, the external areas, people will be able to see where that's coming from. And there would probably still be enough flashes of light coming from it that anyone else who's around would be able to see where you are. And you're not far off from sunset at this point. You could try to get to it quickly before the sun sets. You'd still be making a lot of noise in the meantime. And but if you, that would come down to a roll, basically, how quickly you get to it. So we have cut down to the coffee. You can go check the yacht and see if that will work as a getaway vessel. You could also, I'll throw out this option as well. You could spend another day here. You would just have to haul ass to get back or find more supplies to get back. So you could, let's say, come back in the morning. Or yeah, you could stay here for the night. So we'll just say, try tomorrow. And if we do try tomorrow, then we'll vote on if you cut tonight or and stay in the containers, or if you go back to your base and come back. Bearing in mind that you've made a lot of noise here. So say get to the coffee ASAP. Go check the yacht. Try tomorrow. Say wait till tomorrow. All right, we'll start this poll. All right. Looks like we're checking the yacht. Okay. So you grab the binder with the manifest on it. Your digger finds somewhere to put that away, at least the recent pages of it that show the current cargo manifest. So that way, at the very least, you know you're the only ones that know where this is. And you're the only ones that have the record of where to look for this. Oh. then surprise, your girlfriend gives you a bulgogi bowl. Isn't that a fun surprise? Yum. Yum. Okay. You grab the pages of the current pages of the manifest. You leave everything else. You grab the current pages of the manifest. You hop off of the ship and you start your way over toward the yacht. As you're approaching the yacht, your scout holds up a hand, tells you to stop, and points to the like bridge area of the yacht, like up here. Says, "There's someone aboard." There's someone aboard, and I think they've been watching us. He thought he saw someone there earlier, but now he's confident that there is actually someone aboard the yacht. Now, you haven't fully approached it yet, but he figures they've seen you moving around at the very least. And they're probably keeping tabs on what you've been up to. So what do you want to do? You know that there are lots of pirates and lots of scavengers in the area. You feel like if this was either of them, they would have come after you by now, though. This is someone who has just been keeping an eye on what you're up to. And hasn't made contact and probably hasn't left their yacht. So they might be friendly. Then again, they might just be waiting until nighttime to come after you. And the sun is very much setting at this point. Okay. So what do? You can make contact. You can leave and sneak back at night. You could go back to the coffee. Ask the scout to make contact. Okay, let's do this then. I'm gonna put we'll put four poll options down because I kind of see four potential options here. You can make contact, you can leave and come back at night, you can go back to the coffee, and you can go back to Holiday Inn Express. We'll say leave / come back tomorrow in that case. All right. And if make contact wins, then we'll do a poll on exactly how you want to make contact. So a bunch of these are going to have follow-up polls depending on what's determined. Ooh, that's hot. All right, you've chosen to make contact. Okay, so you're gonna approach the yacht and try to make contact with whoever's there. You have a few ways to do this. You can send the scout alone. You can go as a group. You could go yourself. Any other thoughts on how you would like to make contact? Yeah, so the scout, if you send the scout alone, um, it's going to come down to, I'm just going to do a bunch of rolls for how that conversation goes. If you go yourself, um, then you'll have a lot more direct hand in it. Basically, sending the scout is being like, okay, you there, you go figure this out with this guy, whoever it is on this yacht. If it's one person, if it's 10 people, whatever it is, it's up to you. You got to go make contact, and uh, whatever happens with you happens. And we're just going to do a bunch of rolls, and then I will tell you the results of all of that afterwards. If you go yourself, you'll have more of a direct hand in this, but obviously that's a lot more risky on yourself as a person. And you are less skilled at sneaking around than the scout is. So if things go badly, you will have less of an opportunity to get away than the scout does. All right, let's start this poll. God, that's good. This bulgogi's been marinating for 2 days now because we never got around to it yesterday. And Cherry made some rice and put some chives in with it too. Yeah, there's. Oh, I didn't notice the. Yeah, there's like peppers and stuff that she put in here too. Yummy. Okay, looks like we're sending in the scout. So I'm going to do a few rolls. I'll tell you what you see occurring from your vantage point. But you're not going to be able to have any direct impact on what the scout does from here. So we're leaving it up to the hands of the dice, basically. So the sun is just now starting to set. It's just starting to get dark as the scout approaches the yacht. He sort of walks up, like hands in the air, doing like one of these a little bit. As he gets close, you see. So you can, we'll just say you can see the yacht from this angle. Right here, and back here. 3 turrets just sort of pop up and point directly at the scout. And a couple of spotlights next to each of them point directly at him also. He's still just standing there. You can probably guess he's like shitting himself. But these turrets pop up and point directly at him. But they don't fire. You then hear what sounds like a loudspeaker, but you can't make out any of what's being said. And the scout starts to respond to the loudspeaker, whoever's talking on it. like between the waves that are still going around, and like the loudspeaker sounds like it's a little bit, it's not the best loudspeaker. From this distance, you can't really understand anything that's being said. The turrets stay trained on the scout very effectively, except for one of them. This one way up at the front points in your direction. And your little vantage point is now illuminated by the spotlights that are on it, and you have a turret pointed at you as well. It sounds like the scout and the loudspeaker are still talking. Something's going on over there. You have definitely, like, where you're hiding from has definitely been spotted. Hence the turret pointed at you. What do you do? You can wait, let the scout continue trying to riz. You can, now that you've been spotted, you could go over there yourself, bring the whole group over. You could try and fight and overtake it. Okay. Your options are wait, go over, fight. Any other thoughts? All right. Poll is up. Looks like we're leaning towards waiting it out. All right. We're going to wait it out. See what happens. This is an important roll right here. Okay. It's not a great result, but it's not the worst it could have been. The loudspeaker keeps going off for a little while. The scout keeps talking. You hear the scout's voice being raised a few times. Sounds like he's... You get a sense that he's a little worried. As the sun finally sets and everything becomes dark, you see the scout still with his hands up, sort of turn around and face towards you. The two turrets that are still trained on him track him perfectly as he turns and takes a step towards you. You hear the loudspeaker bark something as he takes a step. And the scout looks up in your direction and sort of waves for you to come over. What do you do? It's you, the soldier, the digger, and the robot that are still like hiding in your little vantage point. It's clearly known that your vantage point is seen. You don't know if they know how many of you are there. Tell him to come to you. Go to the scout. Okay. What do? Go to the scout. Tell him to come to you. You could kill the scout yourself, I guess. Your other crew members might not be too pleased with that. But you could try to shoot the scout. The scout is clearly trying to get you to come to him. Any other thoughts? All right. We start the poll. Oh, I saw Jasmine's come in just a little bit too late. Yeah, let's can I cancel this poll? Is there a way to do this? I hadn't thought of only send some of you over. We'll do a follow. If it's go to the scout, we'll do a follow-up poll if you're sending everyone or just you. Or just some of you. Okay. We do a follow-up poll. Who to send? Everyone. We'll do everyone or not everyone. And then we'll just talk through. If it's not everyone, we'll just talk through who is going over. It was very tasty. Looks like we're leaning towards sending not everyone. In which case, I need to know who you guys want to send. There's yourself, the digger, the soldier, and the robot. You have not heard any of the you have not been able to make out at least any of the conversation that's occurred thus far. Yourself and the digger leave the soldier behind? Okay. I see 2 in favor of yourself and the digger. Anyone have any thoughts to the contrary? And the robot? Okay. Are you self and digger? Okay. Are you bringing the robot or no? So leave the robot with the soldier. Send yourself and the digger over. Is that what we're settling on? Send the robot? Okay. So you're going to leave the soldier and the robot behind. And you and the digger are going to come over. Anyone have any last disagreements on that plan of action? I don't want to do a poll for it. Leave the robot? Okay. Okay, we're going to go with that then. So you motion to the soldier to stay out of sight, and he has fortunately been kind of hiding behind stuff, trying to get a vantage point in the meantime. You and the digger sort of stand up. Nikki. From your little vantage point and start to make your way over. As you start to make your way, the back turret stays trained on the scout. The middle turret points on you and is following you on your way down there. The third turret stays pointed at the vantage point where the soldier and the robot are still hiding. As you get closer, the scout definitely looks nervous, but not like I've brought you over here to die nervous. He's just aware that this is a stressful situation. You get close enough, you stand next to the scout, and now both of those turrets are trained on you again. The third one is still trained where the soldier was. How do we do this? Let me make a couple rolls. Okay, that's pretty good. So the loudspeaker comes to life again, and you can actually make out what it's saying this time. And it goes, am I to understand that you're the one in charge of this operation then? And you kind of nod, and the scout looks at you, and the digger looks at you, and you just kind of nod and say, yeah. It's like, okay. There's a possibility that we can help each other out here, but if we're going to do that, we need to all be able to trust each other. And your friend here has already let me know that you're heavily armed. Now, I don't see any heavy armaments on any of you, so either he's been lying, or there's more of you back there. What's it going to be? He's basically saying, either are you not actually heavily armed, or have you left your heavily armed people behind? Yeah, so the scout, part of what you couldn't hear was the scout saying that they were heavily armed. So the scout has let that slip. Okay. So we have some options. Soldier has guns, but not. He has a Gatling gun. That's fairly heavily armed. Nikki. Okay. Options are you can hold up toilet paper, show toilet paper, yeah, for purposes of this, your soldier having a Gatling gun, just to be clear, for purposes of this, your soldier having a Gatling gun definitely qualifies your group as being heavily armed. Like, this is post-apocalyptic future. Most people are armed with like sticks. You could definitely sink this yacht if your soldier were to unload into the bow. So you could show the toilet paper. You could say Scout was lying. You can call over the soldier. Bear in mind, you do now have 2 turrets trained on you. So if this guy decides that you need to die, you're probably dead. You might be bluffing. Okay, let's do a quick roll. You're going to glance over at the scout as the guy says he said you were heavily armed. You glance over at the scout. The scout doesn't say anything. But you do get the impression that the scout might have said you were armed, not necessarily heavily so. Don't think they are heavily armed. Don't think who. So there's currently a yacht with 3 turrets pointed at you. That's definitely heavily armed. And again, in this scenario, a Gatling gun equals heavily armed. So both groups are definitely heavily armed at the moment. Although I guess maybe he doesn't have any ammo. Maybe the turrets don't have ammo. Do you want to gamble on that? You could. All right. Our options are show the toilet paper and just try to sidestep the question entirely. Toilet paper is very valuable. You can say the scout was lying and just basically be like, no, this is what we've got. You can call over the soldier. All right. Poll is up. Choose your fate. You have 7 sheets plus 40 rolls because of the rolls of toilet paper you found earlier. Okay. So here's how we do this. You will slowly and carefully, like clearly not, you're trying to make it look like you're not pulling for anything, but you have like a pouch on your like vest. You will slowly reach into that and go to pull out the roll of toilet paper that you squashed down and fit into your pocket there. Ooh. All right. He's going to let you do that. You pull out this roll of toilet paper and you show it to him. Do you want to say that you've found more, or do you just want to say that you have some of this? One whole roll, heavily armed. Generally, how do you want to try and play this toilet paper gambit? Just armed with the finest Charmin this side of mommy. Okay. Let's handle this way. Because trying to do like whole conversations through this method is usually, it's just a pain in the ass for everyone. So you'll, okay. You'll kind of like, you'll say something to the effect of, we're armed with, what was it you said earlier? The finest Charmin this side of mommy. I make some sort of joke about how you're flush with toilet paper. And if you think we can help each other out, I think we probably can. Let's see how he takes that. That's bad. Um, One of the turrets spins up and fires a single round. And shoots your digger in the leg. He crumples to the ground. He's like now like grunting and trying not to scream in pain. But your digger is now definitely injured. And you also now know, you know that there are bullets in these. The guy goes, I don't know if you're crazy or just stupid, but if you want to walk off this dock, we need to start being honest with each other. I have the three of you where I could kill the three of you instantly if I wanted. I see you have some toilet paper. I'd quite like some of that. I assume that's what you've been doing digging around over there on those ships. You must have found something I never did. Now, we can either work together, or I could just kill the three of you and take whatever's left over. He's trying to make it clear he has options here, and yours are relatively limited. Your digger is like laying on the ground, like holding his leg, trying to like hold pressure on it. TP is useless if it's full of blood. That's fair. He might not want to light you up with the turrets. The turret that's still fixed over where the soldier is hiding sort of adjusts its aim slightly, and you hear over the loudspeaker again, so there are more of you. Your soldier heard the shot, tried to maneuver where he could return fire, and was seen in the process. Guy says, I'd really rather not kill all of you, but if you're going to keep lying to me, you're going to leave me with no choice. What do you do, chat? For someone to have survived what appears to be largely on their own, at least you haven't seen anybody else on this ship, you haven't heard any other voices. They have to be both very lucky and very cautious. So you would assume someone in this situation isn't going to take risks they don't have to take. So that much of this at least makes some amount of sense. Like he didn't just start shooting. You like lied to him and then tried to tell a joke. If you're dead, all the other TP is lost to them. You can assume they probably know where you've been digging around, and they could very easily go over to where you found that. Like you made a lot of noise earlier with the robot cutting through things. This guy will have a really good idea of where you got this toilet paper. And he's not going to put himself in a position to get himself killed by another group over some toilet paper regardless. He would like to have the toilet paper. Okay. So let's summarize some of this conversation. Let's express some things. So you get across to him, like you now know that the soldier's been spotted. So you say, okay. About to soak this TP with fuel, light all this TP on fire, and throw it on the boat. I don't know how much time you would have to do that before before you get shot to death. You guys are handling this very differently than I would have expected, just for the record. Which is fine. We roll with it. So you start saying, okay, look, we can work together. If you kill us, you're never going to know where all this other stuff came from. And he goes, well, that's not true. I know where you've been snooping around. You've been on that ship and then on that other ship. I can always just go get it. Besides, I probably won't put holes in all of it when I shoot you to death. You can say, we make this work or we both lose, we'll be dead, and so will your ship. Or we can just fix my friends and talk. So you can say, okay, you're expressing the soldier's going to do something. Whoever else you have back there is going to do, because he doesn't necessarily know that it's only one guy. You'll lose your ship if you kill us. Let's do a roll. God damn. You guys are rolling bad on the coercion right now. But at least he matched it. So he doesn't trust you necessarily, but he realizes that he doesn't necessarily know that you can't do anything to his ship. And mentioning that he might lose his ship, he's kind of quiet for a second, like he's really thinking about it. He's proof that he's not trustworthy. Literally all this guy has done so far is shoot you for lying to his face. Shoot effectively a warning shot for lying to his face. You don't shoot people for lying. You do in a post-apocalyptic, everyone has to survive scenario. When you don't know if they're there to kill you or not. Jasmine, you literally fought pirates on the way here. This guy is acting 100% how I would act in this situation, just for the record. Actually, that's not true. I would have just shot you all. I would have just been like, other people? Nope. Don't need that. Okay. He's quiet for a while. Then he says, all right. So you offer to leave some toilet paper and let you leave. He considers that for a moment and says, no, I can't take that risk. Either we work this out or I shoot you all. And you get the sense from that that there's probably some reason he wouldn't want a group of people that knows where he is to go away. You ask him what it means. He's going to kind of sidestep that question a little bit. And eventually he says, all right, let's do this. You, the one doing all the talking, and your injured friend, I'll let the two of you come aboard. I'll let you, I have medical supplies. You can patch him up. Everyone else stays ashore and we can talk this out. What do you do, chat? You're definitely not in a position to negotiate very well, but you get the sense that he is a little nervous about, he doesn't know the full size of your group. And he doesn't know, how much of a threat you are, if at all. Okay. So are you going to go aboard? Is there anything else that anyone, we can do a poll if there are other options that people would like to try? But if everyone's just on team go aboard and try to talk to the guy in person, then we can do that. And try to get the digger fixed up. Okay. We're just going to do that then. All right. So you help the digger to his feet. And there is a ramp that you can go up. You sort of hobble him up the ramp. And you get up to like the ramp, we'll say, goes up to like this second level. The guy that's up there is still watching you. He kind of directs you around a little bit until you get to the captain's quarters. Now he has a shotgun as you walk through the door. He's keeping that shotgun trained on you. He's probably paying a little bit less attention to the turrets now because he's keeping the shotgun trained on you, but he gestures to, there's like a bench up there. He gestures to the bench, says, put him down there. He pulls a pack of medical supplies out from the like console that he's standing next to and tosses it over to you, but then keeps the shotgun trained on you. And it's kind of like keeping the shotgun on you and like glancing out over at the scout fairly regularly. He's probably not paying that much attention to the soldier anymore, but you don't know what the soldier is doing. What do you do here, chat? You could try to just kill this guy. You do have a pistol with you still. You could try and talk to him and work something out. He does have a shotgun trained on you, and you would have to get your pistol out. Okay. Negotiate, kill him. Fix the digger first. Hands up? What do you mean? You put your, so telling him to put his hands up? The guy with a shotgun pointed at your face? You could do that. Tell him to put his hands up. Oh, put your own hands up? Okay. Okay. I don't know how to express what that is in form of an action. We'll go with kill him, negotiate. I guess hands up is kind of part of negotiate at this point. Or focus on fixing up your digger first. Let's do that. Okay, so yeah, negotiate, basically. Is Shotgun Guy the leader? He's the only one that you've seen on this yacht so far. Okay. So you say to him, all right, we can talk, but I need to make sure my friend's going to be okay first. And you start, you bust open the med pack that he tossed to you, which has a bunch of like bandages and stuff in it. You start bandaging up the digger, wrapping up his wound, making sure he's like not going to bleed out, basically. The guy keeps the shotgun trained on you. Let's do a couple of rolls. Okay. As he's watching you, he notices the pistol on your hip. Says, okay, but set that down first. Wanting you to just put your gun down. You don't have to be like, he's not asking you to toss it to him or anything. He just wants you to put your pistol somewhere that you don't have quick access to it. He doesn't mention the digger's gun. Which you know the digger has one too, so maybe he hasn't noticed that one. So what do? You can put your gun down. Tell him to put his down. 2. So let's you put yours down, I'll put mine down. I can't quite fit enough words in there to make it clear, but if you tell him to put his down, that comes with you putting yours down in the process. You're not saying, no, put yours down, and then you're going to draw yours. Any other thoughts? Say, only if you put yours down. Okay. Pull is up. Okay. So you're going to agree to put your gun down, but only if he also puts his down. Okay. See how this goes. All right. You say, okay, I'll put it down, but I need you to put yours down too. If we're just talking, we don't need to be pointing guns at each other. If you really want to talk, let's talk. And the guy considers for a second and then sort of nods. You unholster your pistol and sort of slowly set it down on the floor next to where you're working on the digger. And he lowers his shotgun. He doesn't like fully drop it. He doesn't like set it to the side somewhere, but he lowers it. He's not pointing it at you anymore. He lowers it in such a way that like he's not gonna quick snap and shoot you. Says, all right, fair enough. I'll give you that much trust at this point at the very least, but we really got to start coming clean with each other on this. And you continue working on the digger, get his leg all bandaged up and everything. Make sure there's no bullet still in there. There isn't. It was from a Gatling gun. It went through and through. Get his holes taken care of. So you spend a little time doing some quick rough stitching on it and everything. You put some there's some cream in there, some ointment in there that you can put on it to help it keep it from getting infected and everything. And he sort of watches a little bit and sees how you do it. Keeps glancing out at the scout who's still standing there. Once or twice glances up over to where the soldier was, but he's not really seeing anything up over there anymore. He says, all right. So here's the deal. You're the first group of people I've seen since I got here that doesn't look like a bunch of raiders, that doesn't look like pirates. Whatever you're doing here, it looks like you're just trying to get supplies. And he kind of like glances over the clothes and everything that you're wearing. He says, you seem like you're doing pretty well for yourself. he goes, and kind of hesitates for a second, then says, I found this yacht and it's been doing me very well at staying alive. But I used the last of my fuel getting here. Your group seems like you know how to find things. Help me find some fuel and maybe we all get out of mommy alive. What do you do? Anything? So you do have some fuel with you. You have some of the fuel from the hovercraft. It might also work to power this boat, but the amount that you have to power that hovercraft is pretty small. Like you wouldn't be able to do much of a journey with just that fuel. Yeah, I don't actually think that the fuel for the hovercraft would work in the boat. He says, doesn't seem like you guys are from this area either. At least I've never seen anyone like you around here before. He just says, where are you from? Do you want to answer? You are from the Panhandle Alliance, based out of Pensacola. You could describe in great detail what the that group is. You're from the Panhandle? Okay, let's make a poll. What do you can offer the hovercraft fuel? You can now for purposes of this, let's say you don't have the hovercraft fuel on you. Maybe your soldier is carrying it. Maybe your scout is carrying it. It's you and the digger don't have the hovercraft fuel. You can describe where you're from. Say from the Panhandle. Okay. All right, let's make this poll. He definitely seems to be kind of coming around at this point. The fact that you came in and you were immediately more worried about getting your friend fixed, that showed that you're not just like raiders and pirates to him. Now that he can see you more closely and see how you're dressed, you don't look like raiders or scavengers to him. He knows that the scout's still out on the dock. And he knows that you have more people, but he doesn't know how many hiding still. Okay. You will say, let's do this. You'll say that you're going to offer him the fuel that you had from your own craft that you used to get here. He'll push you a bit on just to get through this a little bit, so we don't have to stop and ask for polls and everything constantly. He'll look around a bit and say, "Well, you didn't come in here on a ship." And after some pressing back and forth, you say, "Well, we have a craft that we have a hovercraft essentially." And he goes, "Yeah, I don't think that'll work in this boat. It wouldn't get me very far anyway. But I do know where you can look for more fuel. I just haven't been able to go look for it myself." As far as the answer, we'll just do both, honestly, on this one. As far as the answer to his question, you just say, "Well, we're from the Panhandle. We're out here. We're just trying to survive, like anyone else." And his eyes almost kind of light up a little bit as soon as you say that. He goes, "The Panhandle. So you're part of that alliance then?" And he sort of looks you over a little bit. And without even waiting for you to respond to that, he says, "That's the whole reason the whole reason I came here in the first place was to try to find that. This was just the farthest we made it." And he's actually going to set his shotgun down entirely. And he's going to be like, "Look, I'm sorry that our introduction went as poorly as it did. You have to understand how you're the first evidence of anyone civilized I've seen since I got here. And everyone else has tried to kill me. So if you can help me get this boat moving again, I'd very much like to help you get whatever you're after here out of here and get to where you're based." That's where we were headed in the first place. Yeah, so you can express like, "Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of fuel then." He's like, "Well, yeah, obviously." Um you're gonna need like so much fuel. Yeah, he's gonna need a bunch of fuel. At the same time, you know that this yacht could make this trip in a day if it was properly fueled. It's fast enough, and you would be able to make this trip in one day if you had a functional yacht of that kind. It'd be a long day, but you could make it. It took you 3 days to get here with your hovercraft and then having to go overland. Yeah, there are other ships around. You have your digger, in fact, has the manifest from the cargo ship that you were just on. You could look through that manifest again and see if there's any fuel listed on there. Okay. So Don't char all our cars yet. Ask him about his known fuel supply first. Okay. He seems kind of hesitant. Then he says, well, that big ship over there, the one with all the cargo crates, I've been watching that for a few days. I've seen a couple of small groups of scavengers go in and out, but there's too many crates over there. There's got to be some fuel reserves on there or something. Yeah, he's talking about the one that had the coffee on it. He says, I would bet that a group like yours would be able to look through those crates relatively quickly. And with my boat, I probably still have enough fuel to get the boat over next to that one, because it's not far. It's like just, you push it out and then he goes over there. I could cover your search with these turrets that are still functioning. Let's ignore the fact that the turrets probably need whatever fuel that, just ignore that, chat. The turrets still work. The boat can't go very far. Just leave it at that. I'm making most of this up on the fly. The turrets work. The boat can't go very far, but he could at least get the boat over to where you're searching through the bigger ship and give you some cover from that. And then you would effectively have a gunship, which with all the pirates around is a pretty tantalizing offer. It does occur to you that this looks like a luxury yacht that's been fitted with a whole bunch of turrets, but it's post-apocalypse. Maybe it's probably from Cuba originally or something, and they were just like, fuck it, bombs are dropping, let's get all the turrets on this and get it out there. And then this guy came across it somehow. Okay. So he says, all right, if we have an agreement, you can bring the rest of your crew aboard. This is the safest spot you're going to find anywhere around here. We can get started on searching the other boat, searching the cargo ship in the morning. Yeah, you figure even if the yacht couldn't outrun the pirate ship that you saw, the fact that it has those turrets, and there might be more that you didn't see, you could at the very least shoot at the pirates and they probably wouldn't want to fuck with it. Okay. So are we agreeing with this guy's offer of help me find fuel, I'll help you get what you want, and then we can all go back to Pensacola together? Is that what we're doing here? Or does anyone have anything else they want to throw out? If he agrees to have one of ours on his boat to ensure he lives up to end of the bargain, he'll like very briefly consider, but then just kind of nods in agreement, like, yeah, no problem. He's like, of course, yeah. Yeah, so he's offered to let you all stay on his boat. For the night. He's offered to let your entire group come aboard and stay here for the night, and said this is going to be the safest place you can find in this whole city. And he's not wrong. Like, you have the base camp that you sort of set up at the Holiday Inn Express, but you don't have turrets at the Holiday Inn Express. You just kind of have a barricaded spot. And you didn't really leave any supplies back there. You would expect that he is indicating that you would need to bring the soldier and the robot aboard also. He doesn't necessarily know that it's just one person and a robot that's up there still. He's saying your whole group. Said some wheeze when he's speaking. Were those slips by him or unintended by you? Those are definitely slips by him. So if you want to press him on that, you can. He doesn't actually know your total count. You haven't said how many of you there are. He knows there are additional of your crew that he spotted one moving around earlier, but what I guess technically means he knows how many you have, but he doesn't know that what he's seen is all of you. But you can ask him how many of his crew there are, or ask him, like, push him on the Wii a little bit. So you say, okay, so how many of you are there then? And he seems to like kind of hesitate for a moment and then looks at you, looks at the digger, looks out the window, and he says, all right, I have my family with me here too. My wife and 2 children are in the lower deck, but I couldn't, you understand, of course, I couldn't share that until I knew who I was dealing with. So he said now that there's him, his wife, and he has 2 kids that are with him. But he seems to be pretty forthcoming with you now that he knows where you're from. Because where you're from is where he was trying to get when they had to stop here because they ran out of fuel. Which is also, incidentally, chat, part of why he was being so, I'm not going to take any risks whatsoever. So the reason that he was being so like, either you're going to tell me what I want, either you're going to be honest with me or I'm going to kill you, was because not only can he not move his boat, in which case if you were part of some larger group and he let you get away, you could have come back with overwhelming force and killed him and his family, but also his family is there and he was trying to protect them. You see, chat, sometimes there are reasons why people are jumpy. Okay, so what are we doing here? Are you going to tell the rest of your crew to come aboard? The scout is still standing on the dock, probably shitting himself. You have the soldier who's been spotted. up in the little vantage point from earlier, and he's got the robot up there too. What do? Take his offer or leave? Poll is up. Yeah, he's already asked you. He's already said that you can bring up the scout and the soldier. He said that you can bring up the rest of your crew, basically. Here we are, a bunch of dumbasses traversing Florida for coffee. I'm sorry, Chad. I have to, even in goofy situations, I still have to throw a few curveballs in there from time to time. It's in my nature. That's why all of my goofy characters end up having tragic backstories and shit. All right. So you agree. You say, okay, sounds amenable. You step out onto like the front deck, like this area here, and he lets you just walk around the ship at this point. You step out on the front deck, and you wave to the scout, and you do like a hand signal of some kind, like an all clear hand signal up to the soldier. The scout comes aboard, sees the digger, kind of breathes a sigh of relief. The guy, the captain, we'll call him, just sort of nods to him, and the scout starts checking over the digger and so on. The soldier pops out from his little vantage point. The turrets, as he's moving down, sort of keep the area around him lit, but aren't pointing at him anymore. And they just sort of like illuminate the area with the spotlights. The soldier comes up the ramp, walks up, sees that the guy is still there, sees that the digger has been bandaged, sort of is holding his gun, like it's been underslung. He's sort of like holding it. The guy definitely seems a little bit nervous as the soldier is walking on board. But the soldier like looks over at you, you kind of nod at him, he puts his gun down and just sort of starts checking around the area. You mention, or maybe the guy actually mentions once the soldier is like looking around a little bit, that he's got his family in the below decks that are hiding. And the soldier seems to kind of understand now what's going on and calms down a bit. So you're all aboard the ship now. He has offered to let you stay here for the night. He's basically offered you essentially that he's going to use this boat for you at this point. What do you want to do? You stay here for the night? Do you go back to the ship now at night? Let's do a poll. The sun has now set. It's now dark. It's probably like 10 or 11 p.m. by the time all this is gone on. But you can work at night if you want. So you can call it a night or continue scavenging. Okay. Looks like we're calling it a night. So, unless this changes in the next 10 seconds. All right. You agree to pack it in for the night. You have everyone aboard. You realize at this point also this guy looks like he really hasn't slept in a long time. At least in a couple of days, it looks like he hasn't really slept. So let's see. He shows a couple of your crew, let's say the soldier and the digger. He shows them how to work the turrets. And they agree to like sleep in shifts, take part of the night watch. He goes down below decks to be with his family and explain everything to them. They eventually come up and introduce themselves. It's this guy, his wife, and he has a young girl and a young boy with him also. And they introduce themselves, exchange pleasantries. They genuinely seem very, very happy to have come across you. They're like, oh, we were so worried when we heard the bullet, but blah, 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 blah. And he's like, no, we're going to be okay now. We're going to be okay. So you call it a night. And the night passes relatively peacefully. There's one point where you're sort of jolted awake by the sound of the turrets going off. You jolt up and you quickly run and see what's going on. And you look out on the dock and there's like two scavengers that were clearly armed with like makeshift axes and stuff that probably had been watching you, and that they were trying to make a move for it while you were sleeping, but the soldier was awake and saw them coming and lit them up. So they're dead now. And he just sort of gives you a thumbs up and you're like, all right, then. You go back to bed. And you all get the best night of sleep that you've had in a while on this yacht. And it's the next morning. And the boat captain seems to be in a much better mood. He actually got to he got to spend some time sleeping with his wife last night. He seems in a real good mood, in fact. This guy got some last night. He says, all right, so I think I have enough fuel to maneuver this over next to the ship. We doing this thing? And you say, yeah, sure, let's go for it. I'm not going to bother making a poll for, do you continue to look for stuff? And he gets the boat over next to the cargo container, the cargo ship. As you are getting ready to get off of the ship, you see that there's actually 4 turrets in total. The side that you were approaching from, there was only 3 that could aim at you, but there's one on the nose, one on the tail, then one on either side in the middle. So it has pretty good coverage in all directions with the turrets. So he sidles the boat up next to the cargo ship, just sort of squeezes it into an opening. Maybe there's a extra pier on one side that doesn't have anything in it. So he just gets it up over there, get it all tied up and everything. He says, all right, now it's your turn. You had asked to leave one behind with him. Who do you want to leave behind? There's the digger with his hurt leg, but he does have the manifest, which you haven't actually looked through yet for the fuel reserves. You did look through it for the coffee, and that's how you know where that is. You're going to leave just the digger behind, bring the soldier and the scout with you? You recover your pistol, by the way, at some point. And the digger still has his. The guy never asked you to get rid of his, and so the digger is still armed. Okay. So you leave the digger aboard and you head over to the ship. What do you want to? I'm just going to do a poll for this one. What do you want to look for first? Look for the fuel, or look for the, or get the coffee, because you know where the coffee is already. What'll it be? Poll is up. Oh God. All right. Looks like you're looking for the fuel first. So you have the digger get out the manifest. The guy kind of raises his eyebrows a little bit and kind of squints at you a little, but then just sort of shrugs and like, oh, whatever. Kind of a like, why didn't you tell me you had this already? But then he's like, whatever. He's in too good of a mood to argue about it. Didn't ask. It's true. He didn't ask. And you look through the manifest, you look through, and you say, ah. You find a spot that's marked as, I don't know that it'd be marked as fuel reserves on a manifest, but whatever it is. Extra fuel. And it is on the opposite end. So the coffee is kind of in the middle. It's like over here somewhere, we'll say. And similarly, you're going to have to cut in through a couple of containers to get to it. Actually, that doesn't make any sense for fuel reserves, that they would put that in like containers in the middle of the ship. Because then what if they needed it? You'll see that it's marked as having several barrels full of spare fuel in the hold somewhere. So you say, okay, you kind of know where to go to look for it. You get on board the ship. And you head down inside. Let's do a roll. Ooh, nat 20. You navigate your way around this ship. It's easier than you expected to be able to navigate around this ship. You eventually find the area on the boat where all the spare fuel and everything would be, near the engine room. And there are several barrels down here. A couple of them look like they rusted and started to leak at some point, but there's probably 10 barrels worth of fuel, which we'll say is a lot for purposes of this, that are still intact and haven't leaked. And it looks like these probably leaked a while ago. So it's not like there's active like pools of flammable fuel everywhere down here. It's just they leaked and then it evaporated and it's gone now. But the functional barrels are there. And you start rolling these barrels up to the top and start working on getting them over to the ship. Getting them over to the ship proves a little difficult because you got to get them off of this thing and over to that. And a couple of the barrels actually fall in to the water as you're like, you basically set up some planks and you're like rolling them over from one ship to the other. A couple of them fall off before you get it right. And those land in the water, but you still have 8 barrels of fuel. You could theoretically try and go get the barrels. They're still just floating in there because it's lighter than the water. So you could try to recover the barrels of fuel that dropped. The guy seems happy with the 8. Do you want to try and recover those 2 barrels that fell? Or do you want to start going for the coffee next? By the time you get all of this out of there, it's about 1 p.m. So you have half the day left, a little over half the day left. Okay. We won't do a poll for that one then. It seems like everyone's just saying coffee. So you get your robot out. And because of where he's got it positioned, you decide going in through the sides is going to be better than going in through the top. So you just start cutting in, and it's still making that same loud, like, noise as it's cutting through things. You get into the first crate. This one looks like it was full of like magazines or something. They've all been long since, like, water has leaked into this. So they're long since gross. So you're just kind of shoveling magazines out of the way to make yourself a path through it, which takes you a little while. They look like they were... What's the name of the catalogs that are on like every fucking airline? Sky Mall or whatever? It was those. You look through them and you're like, who the fuck would ever want any of this shit? And you're like tossing these to the side. These aren't super useful. Your digger is going to grab hold of one and tuck that away as you like are bringing them. You're like making a path. The digger will be like, what's that? You give him one and he like tucks that away because it's interesting to him. You cut through the second crate. And this crate, whatever was in here was some sort of food that has long since... It smells awful in there. This was like some kind of wheat or grain or something that has been just basically fermenting in here the whole time. Unrecoverable. You with your agriculture background, you're like, yeah, no, this is not good. We can't do anything with this. So you continue like carving a path out. By the time you get to the third crate, it's now about 4 p.m. Free Malort, yum. You cut open the third crate, and my God, it's beautiful. Like, there are so many coffee beans in here. Some of them have started to sprout a little bit over time. They've been in here for ages, so some of the like bottom layer has just sort of decomposed into dirt. But there's like some of it's actually still growing in here that you think is salvageable. So you start picking through, finding all the salvageable plants that you can, everything that you can find in here that you could grow into coffee plants yourself. And then the ones that don't look salvageable but are still in good enough condition, you start getting all those out of there. You keep carving through. You basically spend the rest of the day carving through and going through the coffee beans that are in there. You are now at the end of day 5 of your 7-day, the trip that you had 7 days worth of rations for. And while the guy does have some food supplies, his are not even as good as what you had. His family was going to be out of food very, very soon. So for the amount of you that you have, you're running out of food supplies. You're going to need to get back soon. You're able to pick through most of the coffee. Let's see. Let's do a roll for this. You're able to pick through most of the coffee. You don't have, like, you feel like there's probably still more that you could get if you spent more time here. But it's coming to be the end of day 5. You could choose to stay another day, try to get more coffee. There's still all that toilet paper and the other thing too. And then try to make this trip in one day. Or you could pack it up for the night and make it a 2-day trip to get back so you don't have to be in as big of a hurry. Let's make a poll for that. What do? Come back for more tomorrow or head back tomorrow? You've definitely been making a lot of loud noises here over the last couple of days. And you've already been slightly beset upon by scavengers once. You were able to deal with them with the turrets. But there's always a possibility of a larger group having figured out where you are. And we'll say that as soon as you get the fuel on board, the guy is now working on filling up the yacht with as much of that fuel as he can, and all the rest of it he's putting in a safe place for storage. All right. So you leave the yacht where it is. You set up another rotation throughout the night, and you plan to finish picking through everything tomorrow, getting the TP from the other ship. Oof. Okay. You have your night's rotation going. Then you start hearing the turrets going off again. And you bolt up, you get out, the turrets are still going. And you see there is a relatively large group of raiders / scavengers that is now some of them are on the cargo ship, some of them are on the other side. The turrets are like tracking and shooting at people as much as they can, and they've definitely gotten a few of them, but there's a bunch of raiders still out there. There's probably another 10 to 15 raiders still out there. The captain wakes up, he runs in. He says, "That's too many. We got to get out of here." You can stay and fight. You can. The ship is tied up, so you'd have to untie it to be able to leave in a hurry. But you can try to leave. You can stay and fight. What do you want to do? Let's make a poll. You do have these turrets, and they've been doing work, but there's a lot of raiders, and you don't know that the turrets are going to be able to keep all of them away. Stay and fight or GTFO? Oh, I can't put GTFO apparently. Get out. Oh man, it's close. Oh, stay and fight just pulled ahead, and now it's tied again. Now get out is in the lead. Looking like getting out is going to win. All right. Getting out. Donna's put 20,000 channel points into that. All right. So you decide, no, fuck it. We don't need to finish getting this coffee. We have enough to grow our own supply now. It's not going to be as big of a supply right away, but we have enough to grow our own supply. We didn't get the toilet paper, but you still have the like 40 rolls worth that you managed to pack together. So you still have a bunch of the toilet paper at the very least. You say it's time to get out of here. There are ropes that have this boat tied to the thing. The captain quickly starts up the engine, gets it ready to just go, but the ropes are holding it in place. You can send someone to go and untie the ropes and try to give them cover. You could have the soldier use his Gatling gun and just unload on the ropes. It's going to take a few hits on each rope for it to fray enough to break. But you could do that. Maybe even have the turrets try to help on it, but the turrets are pretty busy keeping the raiders away. So what do? Send someone to untie, shoot the ropes. You can shoot the ropes with turret. So the turrets will also help shoot the ropes. But if the turrets are shooting the ropes, then there's a good possibility that some raiders might make it through. If you have the soldier shoot at the ropes, that might work. With his Gatling gun. But you don't think your pistols are going to have enough strength to even do anything to the ropes. So it's going to be up to the soldier and his Gatling gun, and he's low on ammo. Not like out of ammo, but he's running out. Or you could send someone to untie them. All you have to do is untie it from on the boat itself. You just have to come and like untie from here and untie from there. But that leaves them exposed to potentially raiders counterattacking. Let's start this poll. We'll see how your rolls go, chat. And we are approaching the end of this adventure. All right. So you're going to have the soldier try and shoot the ropes. Now, obviously, he's going to be aiming at the part of the ropes that is not on the boat. But let's see how well he does. He sort of gets himself into a spot where he thinks he can aim at them, like maybe on this little like bridge area here. And he starts to fire. He spins up his chain gun and he fires at the first rope. And it takes a little doing, but he manages to control his spray enough that it just kind of shreds that first rope. And before long, it starts to give, and the ship starts to like lurch a little bit as the frayed bits of rope sort of fall away, and that rope drops off. There's one more rope that's still holding you in place. He turns and points at that one. And he's firing and he's firing and he's firing, and he gets a few good hits in, but it's not quite enough. And then his chain gun is still spinning, but it just click, 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 click. And he's used the rest of his ammo. At least the rest of the ammo that he had immediately able to be loaded in. He kind of swears a bit and immediately starts like trying to reload it with the bits of ammo that he still has left. Like get a new belt in there or whatever. But that's going to take him a second, and the raiders are getting closer. So, what do you do with the remaining rope? What do? You can wait for him to reload. You can use a turret. Or anything else that I haven't necessarily thought of. You can try using your own pistol to finish it off. You don't think your pistol... Let's do a roll. You don't think your pistol would have been enough to chew through the rope entirely itself, but the soldier did get... Like, it's starting to fray a little bit, so you might be able to... You might be able to get it. You can use your pistol on the raiders. And presumably... So if you're shooting the raiders with your pistol... okay. Shoot raiders yourself. That could at least maybe give... Okay, so let's do this. If you're waiting for a reload, we'll say you're also shooting with your pistol. Also, if you're going to use a turret, you're trying to cover for the turret with your pistol. So the question here is either wait for him to reload, and like use your pistol to help cover. Put one of the turrets to finish off the rope, and try to use your pistol to cover for that turret while it's preoccupied, or just straight up finish it with your pistol yourself. The pistol is being used regardless of outcome. It's just in what way are you using it? Okay. It's like we're leaning towards covering for the soldier while he reloads. Okay. So you draw your pistol. You rush out to where the soldier is so you can get a better vantage point. And you just start shooting at raiders. Whichever ones are getting closest, you're shooting at the raiders while he's reloading. Let's see how well you shoot. You think you might have like hit one or two of them. You don't know how well the hit was. So it's more of a suppressing fire than anything. It's not overly slowing them down. But it is slowing them down a little bit. The soldier, he's like rushing, and it takes him a little bit longer than it probably should to reload, but he gets it reloaded. He points the chain gun at the ropes again, and he fires. And he's like a little rattled. It takes him a little while to finally get the grouping where he needs it to be. But he does manage to get another few big bullets to hit the rope. And it strains a little bit and eventually breaks. And the boat just sort of lurches a bit as the rope breaks and starts to back away. Now you and the soldier are up here as the boat suddenly, not like it's a boat, so it's not gonna like instantly like yank and it's going, but it definitely, the captain was putting a bunch of power into it, so it starts moving. Ooh, okay. You both managed to hold on. There was a very small chance that you would have fallen over, but you both managed to hold on. The boat backs off. One raider just screaming jumps and lands on the front of the boat, sprints past one of the turrets and starts coming up towards you. You turn to shoot him with your pistol. Oh, you just clock him straight in the dome. He just falls over. You're like, yeah, fucking what? Exactly. That's what I thought. And the boat gets free. And you successfully get out to sea in your boat. All right, chap. So, I have one final question before we summarize and we wrap up the ending of this little adventure, which is you do still have your hovercraft that you left way up in here that you could go try and recover. So we'll do a poll. Recover the hovercraft or just go home. You do have the fuel for the hovercraft and you hit it. So you could always like get another crew to come out at a later time and try to recover it. But maybe you want the epic victory where you come home with the hovercraft and the boat. Just want to go home. All right. So with the speed on this yacht, you're able to make this trip back in one day. You're starting from night, but it's close enough to morning at this point. You just keep going. And you make it all the way back. You see a couple other ships at various points, but you're either faster than them enough or they start to get a little close and then see all your turrets and decide they don't want to fuck with you. Let's do a roll. Okay. One of them does come up and it looks like it's that same ship that chased you before. But you recognize that and you immediately point the turrets at it and it just leaves. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. It just goes. And you make it all the way back. You have successfully recovered the coffee as well as some toilet paper. And you get back and you all celebrate with one of the tastiest cuppas you've ever had. Well, it is the tastiest cuppa you've ever had because you have never had coffee before. But you made it back with the coffee. And the rest of your alliance is very pleased with this outcome. They're a little bit upset that the hoverboat was lost. But they get together a separate crew to go recover it. And their disappointment at losing the hovercraft is more than made up for the fact that you've now made it back with essentially a gunship, which is going to allow your crew to protect themselves against the pirates much better. The captain and his family quickly get off the boat. They don't actually really want the boat. They'd rather be living in a safe haven and find different jobs for them inside the organization and everything. Turns out the captain, was actually a rather skilled proctologist. So everyone gets their butts checked. Unless I've forgotten what a proctologist is. But everyone gets their butts checked. Even if I'm not, what am I remembering what a proctologist is correctly? Yes. Butt check doctor. So hooray, everyone gets their butts checked. And oh no, some of your crew needs to be a little bit more careful with their diets. But don't worry, you have coffee now, and that's going to solve all the problems. And you do manage to get a couple of plants to start growing. So you're going to be able to grow your own coffee now as well. You did it, chat. You did it. Hooray. Hooray. All right. And that is the end of that adventure. Good job, everyone. You made it. You didn't die. Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that he's good with butts because you're going to need a lot of fertilizer for this coffee that you're growing. All right. I think what we're going to do, let's do 6 more rounds of stream animals, and then we'll probably call it for tonight. Because I would not mind an early night so that we can get back to normal tomorrow. But we'll do 6 more rounds of stream animals. I will still owe 6 after that. Well, let's do some rounds of stream animals for Bean Boozles. That was a fun little adventure, chat. What'd you think? I thought it was fun. I had fun with that, so hopefully you guys had fun with it too. Exclamation mark join if you want to join in, or you can pick any of these animals up in the top right. Winner of each round will get to choose a Bean Boozle flavor for me to eat. Yeah, that's the third one of those, technically third and fourth one of those that we've done for this streamathon. The first one that we did, you were a cat solving a cat murder mystery in a cat cafe. And then the second one... Oh, right. The second one was you raided a meth lab and it turns out it was bath salts. We managed to do both of those in like one session. This one just ran a little bit longer. I had too big of an idea for it. Randy the cat detective, exactly. All right. Jasmine just whacks a Nastalok in the face. Yami is scary. Kalamuna's farting by himself. Zarina missed. Oh, I'm gonna get my revenge. Get out of here. Nastalok gets Jasmine. Kalamuna gets a Nastalok. Down to me, Yami, and Kalamuna. Yami attacks the nothing. Now I punched both of you guys. You can't kill me. We're getting confused. And a reminder, if I win, that just means I choose my own fate. I still eat a bean, I just get to pick what it is. Ooh. I got Kalamuna, but Yammy's still there. We're confused. No! Ha! Well, shit. Yammy, what'll it be? Number 4, booger or juicy pear. All right. Have the bean right here. Booger or juicy pear. 30-second gamba is up. If you want to get your predictions in on what you think it's going to be. All right, start the next round while I eat this bean. There it is. That's a booger. Ugh. These ones are so salty. It's so gross. Blah. I don't have any water or anything, so. Ugh. Jasmine gifting that sub to Kalamuna. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Adds 12 minutes, or not 12 minutes, 8 minutes to the timer too. Zarina, wow. Zarina has killed me. And Jasmine killed an Astalot. And Yami killed Kalamuna. So much murder. Yami's gonna slap us. Slap Jasmine and Zarina. Uh-oh. Yami gets the double. Oh, look, random hype train. Yami, what'll it be? Number 6, wet dog or top banana. Okay. This is, oh no, there's 2 of these left. Okay. We will get the gamba up. Wet dog or top banana. Gamba is up. You want to get your predictions in on if you think this bean right here is going to taste like banana or taste like a wet dog. Yum. All right, here we go. Ugh, that's the dog. Ugh, so gross. All right, this is round technically 9 of the day. That's 2 wins in a row for Yami, by the way. So if he wins this one, well, you know what happens, chat. 3 wins in a row, you get banned for cheating. Kalamuna knocks me and Zarina out right away. Jasmine's gonna swap with Kalamuna. Kalamuna and Anastalock are confused. Jasmine. Holy crap. All right. Jasmine did a murder. All right, Jasmine, what'll it be? No 3 in a row for Yami. Okay, spicy. So we do the Gamba first. Fortunately, I still have it in the backlog, so I can just start it. We do 3 more rounds. All right, we'll start this while I pick out our spicy bean. Let's find out what it is. That is the habanero. And it is spicy. Wow. Ooh. Oh, that's spicy. It's like concentrated habanero. Exclamation mark join if you'd like to join in or pick any of the animals up in the top right. Whoa. God damn. Ugh. Spice. Wow. Get out of here. Get out of here. Wow. That was very spicy. Oh. Okay, we're covering. There's a wind. Yeah, I don't have any water or anything to drink right now. Get out of here. I'm on a murder spree this time. Anastalock gets Kalamuna. Oh, I get to choose my own fate. Oh, look at that. Oh, God. We're going to do the liver and onions or cappuccino because I have a ton of those still. It'll be this bean right here. Gamba is up. Whenever I get to choose my own fate, I usually just pick whatever there's the most of left. Unless the one that we have the most of is one that I really don't want. But usually the ones that I really don't want are the ones that you guys pick. Oh god, the spiciness of the habanero is giving me the hiccups. All right. Start our next round. We find out if this is liver and onions or cappuccino. It's a cappuccino. Yay. Something nice. All right, we got this one and one more. And then I will still owe 6, but we're going to do those tomorrow, along with the Psycho Smoothie that I still owe. We'll do all that tomorrow. I have to reset up my kitchen setup downstairs because I had to move it around yesterday. All right, here we go. Anastalok's farting on me and Jasmine. Kalamuna knocks out Jasmine and Yami. I'm gonna fart by myself. Power swap kind of does nothing because then there's more power-ups anyway. Everyone gets new ones. Oh, this is gonna be carnage. Kalamuna takes out Zarina and Anastalok. I got all big by myself over here. Well, I think this is whoever goes first wins. Kalamuna is going to fart on me. I might land on the corner. I did, but I think I'm going to die to the lava. Because it's going to drop the outer ring. Yep. Kalamuna. You get to choose. What'll it be? I've seen that one before, Titanic. Spicy, okay. We do a spicy bean again. There's one of those that I always misread as Kardashian. I think I had one that was annoying Kardashian at one point. Or maybe I misread ambushing. All right. Get your gambas in, if you like. And here we go. Let's find out. This is a Carolina Reaper. My mouth is still on fire enough from the habanero that it's not setting in yet, and that's scary. Oh, there it is. Whoa. Oh, boy. It's stuck in my teeth, too. All right, this is the last round for today. Whoa. Whoa. So spicy. There's a bunch of it stuck in my back teeth, but I can't get out. Wow, Yami. Jesus. Oh. I'm just telling those two to settle down. It's only a 3 in a row that gets the ban for cheating. All right. Down to Kalamuna and an Asalak. My tongue is on fire. I think whoever goes first here is going to win. An Asalak with the zap clinches the win. What'll it be? Oh, number 10, dead fish or strawberry banana. All right. Got that right here. Gamba is up. This will be the last one of tonight. So come back over here. Oh, my nose is running now from those spicy beans. Oh. All right. Let's find out if this is dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie. Whoa. It's not going to be spicy, so we're good. Either way. Here we go. That's the dead fish. Ugh. And on that fishy disappointment, we're going to call it a night, chat. Ugh. Blah. All right. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We managed to get caught up on most of what we needed to get caught up on. We'll be back tomorrow. We have a Psycho Smoothie for tomorrow. We have 6 more rounds of Stream Animals still. And then we're going to, I think we're going to finally get a chance to check out Dying Light the Beast tomorrow. So we'll get on that. I need to go brush my teeth. Thanks again, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.